rested, Mum? I calculated that you enjoyed 7
Of
hours
this
of
great
deep
work.
sleep.
Of this great work. Of this great work. Of this great work. Rob. Okay. Hmm.
Oh, yeah, we do that. And that's why you don't have insurance. I have found this out. AI CEO tells them. Do you think that will work, and why not? I mean, Drew, having an agent that works for a CEO is like essentially a delegated AI that takes your identity and your credentials. So, to some degree, I think we're already at an age where I think about the fundamental unit of work is a human plus their agents. And at the end of the day,
What's Gumbo doing?
control is what I think all of
What's
us
Gumbo
value
doing?
personally, as institutions and as a society. So that is the key thing. So even when, for example, I thought what the Pope did at the encyclical was fantastic, right? Because he talked about any technology that takes away human dignity and agency is going to be rejected by definition, right? I don't think we will accept it as a society. But anything that empowers us to do more, to achieve more, to be more ambitious about what we can do, whether it's a CEO or a frontline worker, we will accept it. And so at least that's certainly the direction of travel that I'm for.
And so, do you think that it's fairly clear that the human being will be in control? You say he or she should be in control, but do we have the kill switch? Can we pull the plug, or do you worry, as Elon Musk used to, that the machines will eventually rule us?
I think I have much more faith in our political economy and its institutions that the backlash, right? I mean, you've written a book about this. Revolutions are great as long as the backlash is managed. And that's sort of been the lesson of history. And so I always say that's why I want an English revolution or a French one, and that will only happen if we really, really manage through this process where we are in control. And that I think is the foundational issue that will be defining our era.
Satyananda, pleasure. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much, Fareed. It's a pleasure.
Next on GPS, in January, after American forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, many expected President Trump to install Maduro's main opposition, Maria Corina Machado, as the country's new leader. But she remains in exile. Why? She joins me after the break.
The most critical thing more than anything is to keep your eyes open, to keep listening. By one, people who get into that vehicle to enjoy the space in the sense that they enjoy it with all the senses. And that is, in a lot of ways, what Lexus has always been focused on. We try to create the ultimate freedom for everybody to enjoy their own definition of luxury. What we give you.
We're talking about thousands of dead. Still, we don't have the right number, the clear number. The NGOs and civil society estimate over 40,000 people still missing. Hundreds of buildings have collapsed. Infrastructure damage is estimated by the UN in over $20 billion. So this has been a huge tragedy, but that has also shown crucial realities. On one side, the solidarity, resilience, courage, and capacity to organize of the Venezuelan people. But on the other hand, we've seen the absolute absence of the state. With zero capacities, they did not react, and what they did was to obstruct the efforts that were being done by citizens, private citizens, and international foreign rescue missions. So this has, we're still seeing people, hundreds of people, that it's already a month, living with their own hands, with no equipment whatsoever, looking for their loved ones. So this has brought first fear, then indignation, and now I would say it's rage that it's growing in the Venezuelan population, and the sense of urgency that grows every day.
If you wanted to go back to Venezuela and visit your country, partly because of the earthquake, partly because you feel supporting the started process of democratic transition. The Trump administration themselves reports essentially barred you from going. Why?
Well, I've been in contact with President Trump, Secretary Vidya, and U.S. officials to President Trump, exchanging views where the House moved ahead to the three-phase plan that the U.S. government has put in place in Venezuela. And the third phase, it's very important to remember, it's a transition process that requires a legitimate election. We are seeing now the same regime that was in place when all these criminal activities were denounced, and there's a lack of trust towards the regime and these individuals that are ruling Venezuela. So the only way we can move ahead into bringing relief and hope to the Venezuelan people, and also getting all the investment Venezuela requires.
Oops.
He's meteorologist Leslie Lopez. So, Leslie, how dangerous is this heat phenomenon?
It is quite dangerous. We're talking about a long-duration heat wave. So, as we're going to see a large area of the nation dealing with heat alerts. We're down into the southwest, into the interior of the nation. That's extreme heat warnings, advisories, also watches. We do have temperatures over to the Midwest, getting up to 110 degrees. That's a feel-like temperature. The humidity, 112 for Des Moines, and all that heat and humidity will fuel the threat for severe weather. This is going to be a 3 out of 5 threat level for destructive winds, very large hail, isolated tornadoes from Milwaukee all the way up to Duluth, and it's been an active season in the Pacific. 2 hurricanes, Genevieve and also Fausto. Genevieve will stay away from the coast, but you get out towards Fausto, swiping just north of the Hawaiian Islands, bringing with the elevated surf and also the danger of currents. Lindsay,
so much activity that you're monitoring. All right, Leslie, thank you. Now to the massive wildfires burning across Oregon and Washington State. Nearly 50 large fires have scorched more than 1 million acres. Thousands have been forced to leave their homes in Oregon. Some of those fires were triggered in the state last week by more than 8,000 lightning strikes in just a 24-hour period. Now to that stunning scene at Seattle's iconic Space Needle. 2 base jumpers scaled the glass wall of the observation deck and then jumped off the landmark before deploying their parachutes. Onlookers watched in disbelief. They are now facing criminal charges of trespassing. Here's ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
Tonight, this is the shocking moment. Police say 2 men illegally climbed the glass wall on the observation deck of Seattle's iconic Space Needle and jumped off before deploying parachutes. Onlookers stunned.
Clean check for a hazard at the Space Needle. Security calling in 15 minutes ago. 2 people jumped off the Space Needle observation deck with parachutes. I don't know where they landed.
The incident unfolding just before 9 p.m. on Friday. Video showing one man standing on the ledge, doing a backflip, and then leaping from the 605-foot structure. One parachute seen descending to the ground before vanishing from camera view. Police say the pair, who they identified as base jumpers, entered the Space Needle with purchased tickets that were then scanned. Tonight, authorities are looking for the duo and are unsure of where the men landed. The 2 face charges of committing criminal trespass. It comes just 3 weeks after this masked couple's death-defying climb. 2 Russian nationals scaling to the top of the Empire State Building in the heart of Midtown Manhattan, proposing in front of millions.
And now they're kissing, Kimberly. So, to share this with you, as bizarre a New York City moment as I've ever seen.
I love this city. The couple eventually taken into custody and now facing a slew of charges. Lindsay, a spokesperson from the Space Needle, saying in a statement they are aware of the incident and are working with investigators. Lindsay.
Jacqueline, thank you. Next tonight, a family's desperate pleas for help after an American woman went missing while on vacation in Grenada. The North Carolina mother was last seen on Wednesday heading to the beach for a swim. Here's ABC's Morgan Norman.
She's an amazing person, and we want to bring her home.
Tonight, there's a desperate search for a missing North Carolina woman who vanished while on vacation in the Caribbean.
It seems that she went down to the pier and left her towel on the pier and left her son.
24-year-old Elizabeth Liddell was last seen on the beach on the southern coast of Grenada Wednesday afternoon. Divers and police launching an all-out hours-long search Thursday, but no sign of Liz. Liz flew to Grenada without her husband, Caleb. He's now on the ground in the country to help with the search. He spoke of his wife in an interview with Grenada Broadcasting Network.
My woman is a loving, free-spirited person. She could make friends with anyone.
It's been 5 days since her disappearance. Authorities in Grenada now calling on fishermen, boat operators, and residents along the southern coastline to be on the lookout for Liz Liddell. And Lindsay, the State Department tells ABC News tonight it is aware of reports of a missing person in Grenada, but declined to comment any further. Lindsay. Morgan, thank you. Today marks 100 days until those critical midterm elections. Democrats are looking to regain control of Congress, while Republicans are trying to hold on to their slim majorities in the House and Senate. Both sides are now trying to seize the momentum. ABC's Christiane Cordero joins us now. Hi, Christiane.
Lindsay, tonight, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is kicking off the final 100 days of the midterm campaign in battleground Pennsylvania, unveiling Democrats' affordability agenda as the party tries to make the cost of living the closing issue of the race. Jeffries joined Governor Josh Shapiro to rally voters in a critical House district as they try to win back control of Congress. Democrats need to flip just 3 seats to reclaim the House. The Senate is a steeper climb. They'll need to pick up 4 seats there. But the party's path to a majority took a hit this month after Maine Democrats replaced Senate candidate Graham Plattner following a sexual assault allegation he denies, turning to former state Senate President Troy Jackson in a key pickup race. And a new Washington Post opinion poll shows the battle for Congress remains tight, with Democrats leading the generic congressional ballot by just 3 points, 48 to 45. President Trump is campaigning for Republican candidates in key battlegrounds, urging voters to protect the GOP's narrow House majority with a short support for his second-term agenda, including his voter ID legislation. With 100 days to go, Lindsay, both parties are now racing to define the issues they believe will decide who controls Congress.
Lindsay, so much at stake, Christiane. Thank you. Overseas, that's the war with Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is heading to the White House on Tuesday for a meeting with President Trump. It comes as the president is considering a major escalation as the war enters its 6th month. ABC's Matt Rivers reports from Jordan tonight.
A pause in fighting for now. Iranian and U.S. weapons quiet for a second straight day ahead of a consequential week in Washington. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heading to the White House Tuesday for a meeting with President Trump. U.S. Ambassador to the UN Mike Waltz saying today the lull in fighting is designed to give peace talks some space, declaring diplomatic activity had ramped up on both sides.
Talks are ongoing. They're happening at every level, from the more technical aspect of it all the way to the highest levels.
But tonight, the New York Times report says Trump is also pulling back from escalations with Iran for fear of inflicting devastating the Pentagon's already diminished stockpile of Patriot anti-missile interceptors, crucial for protecting U.S. assets in the region. Today, the U.S. ambassador pushing back on that reporting.
I want to be crystal clear. The U.S. military, and I've verified this every which way, has everything that it needs to conduct this campaign as effectively as it needs to be.
The White House also telling ABC News in part, President Trump has always been consistent in saying he prefers a diplomatic solution, but it would be wise for Iran to work towards a negotiated deal, otherwise they know what will happen. Overnight, ABC confirming all 4 service members killed in Jordan and Iraq this week received posthumous promotions, including Tyler Feehan, promoted to captain. You can see Feehan here when he was commissioned as an officer in the Army, saluting his grandfather. His grandfather died on Thursday, 5 days after Fian. The family telling us the two of them are now together again. Lindsay, Iran's foreign minister tonight confirming negotiations are ongoing between the U.S. and Iran. The question is, how long does this new ceasefire hold ahead of that planned meeting this coming week between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump? Lindsay?
Matt Rivers for us in Jordan. Matt, thank you. Back here in the U.S., President Trump has ordered the installation of signs at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History, warning of, quote, the inaccurate information presented in the museum. Smithsonian officials have not commented on the order, but the museum's director has previously pushed back against the president's criticism. We're learning new details tonight about a man fatally shot by ICE in Houston. The Harris County DA says that a substance found in the van of 51-year-old Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was not drugs. On Saturday, the community held a march and vigil demanding justice for the father of three. He was fatally shot by ICE officers on July 7th during a traffic stop. Agents allege that he tried to weaponize his vehicle, but witnesses have disputed that claim. There's still much more ahead on World News Tonight this Sunday. The investigation after 13 children were sickened at a summer camp. Authorities suspect one camper shared mushroom-laced candies with them. And the bear that snuck into a cabin making itself right at home, even checking out what was inside the fridge.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. He was set to go to the senior living community right by my house. Then a friend suggested I talk to a place for Mom. They really opened my eyes. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were still nearby, but a better fit for Dad. Now he's in a warm, engaging community with a big group of friends. I know we made the better choice.
For free senior living advice, go to aplaceformom.com.
GLP-1s are like having a mute button for food noise. Which is great, because I swear these little dino nuggets have been calling my name. But most people stop the meds eventually. That's why there's new GLP-1s to quiet the noise and healthy habits. So if the meds stop, you don't reach for ice cream. You reach for something better. I want to get in a full set. Noon. Please for gifts. Get started at noon.com.
At most Warby Parker stores, you'll find a magical hidden door that leads to something rather amazing. An eye exam, often overlooked beyond the rows of gleaming glasses. This humble yet incredibly important room houses some of the most advanced eye exam equipment around. Look at that digital retinal imaging. And behind every great exam is an expert-friendly eye doctor who will check your eyes and provide you a prescription. Also quite magical. Book your appointment today.
Moderate to severe eczema with that unbearable itch. When it's uncontrolled despite topical treatment, relieve itch fast with clearer skin that lasts. Nemluvio blocks the signaling from IL-31, a switch that triggers key symptoms of eczema. Do not take if allergic to Nemluvio. Serious reactions may occur, some severe. Tell your doctor about any medicines you take if you experience hives or plan to receive a live vaccine. The most common side effects are headache, joint pain, hives, and muscle aches. Ask about Nemluvio today.
Corona. Open for summer. This is the Burger King original chicken sandwich. Yeah, the long one. Try the classic. Or the crunchy, creamy, loaded jalapeno. Or the smoky, bacony club. This lineup is loaded with flavor for days.
A mass shooting in Michigan, leaving 5 people injured, one of them in critical condition. Police in Ottawa County near Grand Rapids say that there was a large gathering at the Bass River Recreation Area when an argument broke out. A single shooter is suspected of opening fire. Deputies tracking down the suspect's vehicle, taking 4 people into custody. Next, the investigation after authorities say 13 children in a New Jersey summer camp were sickened after eating what is suspected to be mushroom-laced chocolate. Officials at the YMCA camp in East Orange Police say one of the campers gave the other children edibles without the knowledge or consent of the staff. Counselors called emergency medical services when they began to show adverse reactions. The children ages 10 to 13 were evaluated and released to their parents. When we come back, the Black Panther reveal, who will star in the next movie, taking the mantle from Chadwick Boseman.
So much. This is my mother, Tracy Banks. She just gushes about me to everyone.
I want everybody to know what an awesome guy you are.
This is what I want to keep. I want to be able to spend time with my mom, which is why it's time to start thinking about senior care. I don't want the process to get in the way.
I had a really bad fall, and it was traumatic. But he showed right up. He just was so wonderful.
That's why I'm so happy we found a place for mom. They provide personalized support that makes it easier to search for senior care options in our area. It's got to be right for my mom.
I know he's going to take care of me. Did I tell you he's a genius? And in 8th grade, oh my gosh.
Losing weight with a GLP-1? It's as easy as riding with training wheels. Hey, Mama, like the pepperoni? Sorry, I can't hear you. Most people stop the meds eventually. What? The trick is learning to ride while on them. And that's new. GLP-1s kickstart your weight loss. Mindset and habits help you keep it off.
Hey, Rebel, Dr. Fabian, Rocky Road.
I'm choosing a different road, Roger.
It's you.
Noom, Loose for Keeps. Get started at noom.com.
Can your sunglasses go from this to this and this to this? Parker Sport. Ultra lightweight eyewear made that's well with design for every day and everywhere, combining high-tech features with classic frame shapes, and you can add your prescription.
Well, get it.
It's a new way of seeing performance eyewear. Shop Warby Parker Sport in stores at warbyparker.com.
Dream big. That's what I teach my kids. And tackle your goals one step at a time. So when I was saving up for a down payment on my new place, I knew I had to plan first. My region's Green Credit Plan helped me see what I could do. And Andrea gave me extra support all along the way. Like a good teacher does.
It's your confidence by Greenprint. It's for care from our people. Extra is not ordinary at Regents.
Con las ofertas de Amazon para este regreso a clases, puedes ahorrar dinero gastando menos dinero.
Es lógico que no se puede discutir. Y que conste que está en el equipo de debate. Wow. Moderate to severe eczema with that unbearable itch. When it's uncontrolled despite topical treatment, relieve itch fast with clear skin that lasts. Nemluvio blocks the signaling from IL-31, a switch that triggers key symptoms of eczema. Do not take if allergic to Nemluvio. Serious reactions may occur. Some severe. Tell your doctor about any medicines you take. If you experience hives or plan to receive a live vaccine. The most common side effects are headache, joint pain, palate, and muscle aches. Ask about Nemluvio today. Olive Garden's got 3 new dishes tossed in our limited time creamy garlic sauce. And with your choice of salmon or chicken, you might find a new favorite. Better hurry though. These creamy garlic fettuccines will be gone soon. To the index tonight, a bear making itself right at home in a cabin in Street Victoria in California. The cabin owner says that the voice camera was working. The owner's daughter and 11 of her friends were inside. The bear climbed in through the window, checked out the refrigerator, and then left.
Yeah, check out the refrigerator.
And his seat returned for joining us Russian space crew after spending 8 months at the International Space Station. Her capsule floating parachute landing in the steps of Kazakhstan. Two Russian cosmonauts were born with American astronaut Chris Williams. He will soon return to the United States on a flight bound for NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Nearly 20,000 fans Chicago's United Center for a high-energy, high-scoring WNBA All-Star game. Team Spa defeating Team Coop 129 to 122. 8 quarters buried by 3 pointers. 20-year-old Dominique Malone made the first WNBA All-Star game dunk there in 4 years, and the biggest honor went to Jonquil Jones, who was named the All-Star MVP after scoring 22 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists. The WNBA is now celebrating its 30th anniversary. Next Black Panther reveal, the film will be seen after the credits in Wakanda Forever will be at the center of the next movie at Comic-Con this weekend. Director Ryan Coogler announced that actor David Johnson will play Prince T'Challa in a movie that's due out in December 2028. Prince T'Challa is the son of the original Black Panther, played by Chadwick Boseman back in 2020. When we come back, the high school track star aptly named Chase going for gold. is my dad, and we like to play music together and go out to eat afterwards.
She never lets me eat what I like.
Well, I'm just trying to take care of you. And as your memory becomes a bit of an issue, I just want to make sure you get the best senior care.
Maybe I'll forget to get home.
Okay, very funny. And I did find a place for mom. They provide free, dedicated senior living guidance so that we can find the best senior care available in our area.
This calls for a celebration.
Okay, but nothing greasy.
French fries are vegetables.
Losing weight with a GLP-1? It's as easy as riding big training wheels. Hey, Mama, my pepperoni? Sorry, I got it. Most people stop them eventually. The trick is learning to ride well on them. And that's new. GLP-1s kickstart your weight loss, mindset and habits, and help you keep it on.
Hey, Rebel, got your baby. Rocky Road.
I'm choosing a different road, Roger.
Miss you.
New, Louis McGee's.
It's me.
At most flog department stores, you'll find a magical hidden door that leads to something rather amazing. An eye exam, often overlooked beyond the rows of gleaming glasses, is humble yet incredibly important room houses some of the most advanced eye exam equipment around. Look at that digital retinal imaging. And behind every great exam is an expert-friendly eye doctor who will check your eyes and provide you a prescription. Also quite magical. Look your appointment today. Extra. It changes the energy on the board. And it changes the expectation. It changes the game. And regions. We celebrate the extra that makes the essence. Definition of excellence. Our team puts the extra mile to your financial needs and you too. Extra changes everything. And extra is our ordinary at Regions, official bank of the SEC.
Wow, you really can buy a car online on Auto Trader, even on the special for the commercial.
Can you still talk to someone when you're buying online?
Really? Have loads of dealers behind the scenes. Not fully satisfied? You're covered. Your hair. Yeah. If you want to finish at the dealership, you really have to start the process from scratch. With Auto Trader, your info stays with you at every step. No starting over. Really? Really? Ready to work with you, Doctor? Get a good ride back to send buy your car online on Auto Trader. Really?
We're doing our best to make sure every Whopper is your best Whopper. But we know mistakes happen, and we're here to make it right. Your Whopper isn't made your way. We'll remake your Whopper on the spot. Your next one's free. That's the Whopper guarantee. Because there's a new kid, and it's you.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits, relevant experience, and first day, graduation day, and beyond. What will your next success be?
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
To the index tonight, a bear making itself right at home in a cabin near Lake Arrowhead in California. The cabin's owner says a surveillance camera recorded the bear approaching. The owner's daughter and 11 of her friends were inside. The bear climbed in through the window, checked out the refrigerator, and then left. Everyone was safe. And a safe return for a joint U.S.-Russian space crew after spending 8 months at the International Space Station. Their capsule floating down on a parachute landing in the steppes of Kazakhstan. 2 Russian cosmonauts on board, along with American astronaut Chris Williams. He was returned to the United States for flight bound for NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Nearly 20,000 fans packed Chicago's United Center for a high-energy sport WNBA All-Star Game. Team Spoon defeating Team Coop 129 to 122. Caitlin Clark buried 5 three-pointers. 20-year-old Dominique Malonga made the first WNBA All-Star Game dunk. There it is in 4 years, and the biggest honor went to Jonquel Jones, who was named the All-Star MVP after scoring 22 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists. The WNBA is now celebrating its 30th anniversary. Next, Black Panther revealed the little boy seen after the credits of Wakanda Forever will be at the center of the next movie at Comic-Con this weekend. Director Ryan Coogler announced that actor David Johnson will play Prince T'Challa in the movie that's due out in December of 2028. Prince T'Challa is the son of the original Black Panther, played by Chadwick Boseman back in 2020. When we come back, the high school track star aptly named Chase going for gold.
Even on my antidepressants, I wasn't making enough progress. Still hiding my depression. I wanted more for myself. So my doctor recommended Rexulti.
When taken with an antidepressant, Rexulti was proven to significantly reduce depression symptoms more than an antidepressant alone.
She said Rick Salty could provide a boost. Adding on, helps me move forward.
Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have increased risk of death or stroke. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and young adults. Call your healthcare provider right away to report new or sudden changes in mood, behavior, thoughts, feelings, or if you develop suicidal thoughts or actions. Report fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar can lead to coma or death. Weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur.
Could a boost help you build on your progress?
Ask your doctor about adding.
Greater New Orleans, get ready. Universal Furniture's unforgettable NOLA summer sale is happening now. For a limited time, make any purchase of $14.99 or more and get a vacation package of your choice. Choose from Las Vegas, Orlando, or a cruise vacation. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit. At Universal Furniture, we take care of everything. Upgrade your home, choose your getaway, and make this summer unforgettable.
We're doing our best to make sure every whopper is your best whopper. But we know mistakes happen, and we're here to make it right. Next one's free. That's the Whopper guarantee. Because there's a new kid. It is you.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience, and get the support you need on your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be? Tonight, breaking news: the suspect accused of driving a van into a crowd during a pride celebration in Berlin is tracked down and killed by police. One person was killed, more than a dozen others injured. Officials say he was an active Islamist terrorist. 300,000 forced to flee their homes as France has been battle raging wildfires. France's Bordeaux wine region is burning with a new heat wave on the way. Factors 100 million Americans are bracing for a dangerous and triple-digit real field temperatures across the Midwest. A severe weather threat for the Great Lakes moves into the Northeast as two hurricanes turn into the Pacific. Something moment at the top of Seattle's Space Needle.
Oh, because they didn't park right. That's why.
The observation deck hanging from parachutes more than 600 feet down. The search tonight for those men. Information about the American woman who vanished while on vacation in the Caribbean. 50 days until the midterm elections, Democrats and Republicans in Congress, where things stand. Children were sickened after eating what is suspected to be mushroom-laced chocolate. The Black Panther was revealed in the little boy's scene after the credits in Wakanda Forever, and the actor who will star as Prince T'Challa in the next movie. Tracks are chasing a dream, beating the odds. Tonight's America Strong.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this Sunday. I'm Lindsay Davis. We begin tonight with a day of celebrations in Germany that ended in tragedy after a horrific and deadly terror attack at Berlin's famed Pride Festival. On Saturday, tens of thousands gathered for one of Europe's biggest Pride celebrations. Authorities say a man slammed a van into a crowd. He then allegedly stabbed multiple people with a machete. At least one person was killed and dozens of others injured. Just hours ago, thousands gathered for a vigil honoring the victims. One person says that this was an attack on everything the city stands for: diversity, tolerance, and freedom. Less than 24 hours after the attack, police say the suspect was fatally shot, charging officers with a knife. Authorities say this was an act of Islamist terrorism. ABC's Britt Planet leads us on tonight from Berlin.
Tonight, police surrounding this mangled car they say was used in that deadly terror attack in Germany at a pride parade that killed one person and injured over 2 dozen. It took authorities less than 24 hours to track down a suspect on the west side of the city. He was shot and killed after charging at police with a knife. Police are now investigating whether there was another suspect involved. The attack unfolded on Saturday as thousands were celebrating Pride in Berlin for the Christopher Street Day Festival. Police say just before 10 p.m. the attacker drove a white van through Tiergarten Park, right alongside the parade route, slamming into people before hitting a tree. The driver then got out and, armed with a machete, began slashing at bystanders before fleeing, according to authorities. Event organisers sing on stage, ending a performance as the manhunt began. investigators identifying the suspect as 21-year-old Abdul B, saying he had ties to Islamist extremism. Tonight, tributes pouring in from across Germany for the victims before a growing memorial at the scene. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz calling it a despicable act, telling the country, let us not let ourselves be intimidated. Lindsay, prosecutors said the suspect was arrested in Lebanon last year but trying to join the Islamic State group, while Berlin's mayor is speaking out tonight saying this attack was an attack on all of us. Brett, thank you. Now to those fast-moving wildfires raging across Western Europe, those flames have forced nearly 300,000 people to flee their homes across Spain and France. The wildfires are threatening cities like Madrid and Bordeaux. At least one person has died. ABC's Marcus Lawrence in Madrid with the latest.
Terrifying wildfires fueled by bone-dry conditions and high winds, forcing some 300,000 people in Spain and France to leave their homes. Authorities calling the conditions in France's Gironde region, home to the country's famous Bordeaux wine, among the worst they have ever seen. Fires scorching an area 4 times the size of Paris. Authorities going door to door, telling residents to get out and begging tourists to stay away.
It escalated pretty quickly.
Americans Brendan and Tammy Hutchinson live there year-round among the thousands ordered to get out.
It's a wind shift, and it really got big smoke, and there was a lot of ash falling out of the sky.
Home after home in the coastal village of La Forge damaged or destroyed, and there's no end in sight. France racing for their 4th heat wave this week. Spain declaring their first ever national emergency due to fires.
Wow.
People either evacuated or ordered to shelter in place. Outside Valencia Saturday, authorities say a 78-year-old man was found dead. The country's first under casualties. Today, the Pope referencing the devastating wildfires, inviting all to pray for those affected and the rescuers. In Lindsay, authorities say that fire burning outside Madrid and Avila is now the largest in recent Spanish history. It has burned nearly 200 square miles so far, and reinforcements now coming in from Portugal, Greece, and even Turkey. Lindsay.
Really staggering to see those images. Marcus, thank you. Now to the dangerous heat back here in the U.S. More than 100 million Americans are on alert for this extreme heat from the Southwest and Midwest. Let's get right to ABC's meteorologist, Leslie Lopez. So, Leslie, how dangerous is this heat we're talking about?
It is quite dangerous. We're talking about a long-duration heat wave. So as we're going to see a large area of the nation dealing with heat alerts. We're down into the Southwest, into the interior of the nation. That's extreme heat warnings, advisories, and also watches. We do have temperatures over to the Midwest getting up to 110 degrees. That's a feels-like temperature with the humidity added. 112 for Des Moines, and all that heat and humidity will fuel the threat for severe weather. This is going to be a 3 out of 5 threat level for destructive wind, very large hail, isolated tornadoes from Milwaukee all the way up to Duluth, and it's been an active season in the Pacific. 2 hurricanes, Genevieve and also Fausto. Genevieve will stay away from the coast, but you get out towards Fausto, it's time just north of the Hawaiian Islands, bringing with elevated surf, and also the danger of rip currents. Lindsay, so much activity you're monitoring. All right, Leslie, thank you. Now to the massive wildfires burning across Oregon and Washington State. Nearly 50 large fires have scorched more than 1 million acres. Thousands have been forced to leave their homes in Oregon. Some of those fires were triggered in the state last week by more than 8,000 lightning strikes in just a 24-hour period. Now to that stunning scene at Seattle's iconic Space Needle. 2 base jumpers scaled the glass wall of the observation deck and then jumped off the landmark before deploying their parachutes. Onlookers watched in disbelief. They are now facing criminal charges of trespassing. Here's ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
Tonight, this is the shocking moment. Police say 2 men illegally climbed the glass wall of the observation deck of Seattle's iconic Space Needle and jumped off before deploying parachutes. Onlookers stunned.
Clean checker hazard of the Space Needle. Security calling in 15 minutes ago. 2 people jumped off the Space Needle observation deck, parachute. I don't know where they landed.
The incident unfolded just before 9 p.m. on Friday. Video showing one man standing on the ledge, doing a backflip, and then leaping from the 605-foot structure. One parachute seen descending to the ground before vanishing from camera view. Police say the pair, who they identified as base jumpers, entered the Space Needle with purchased tickets that were then scanned. Tonight, authorities are looking for the duo and are unsure of where the men landed. The 2 face charges of committing criminal trespass. It comes just 3 weeks after this masked couple's death-defying climb. Two Russian nationals scaling to the top of the Empire State Building in the heart of Midtown Manhattan, proposing in front of millions.
Another kissing, Kimberly. Actually, to share this with you as bizarre a New York City moment as I've ever seen.
I love this. The couple eventually taken into custody and now facing a slew of charges. Lindsay, a spokesperson from the Space Needle, saying in a statement they are aware of the incident and are working with investigators. Lindsay.
Jacqueline, thank you. Next tonight, a family's desperate pleas for help after an American woman went missing while on vacation in Grenada. The North Carolina mother was last seen on Wednesday heading to the beach for a swim. Here's ABC's Morgan Norwood.
She's an amazing person, and we want to bring her home.
Tonight, there's a desperate search for a missing North Carolina mom who vanished while on vacation in the Caribbean.
It seems that she went to the pier and took a roll on the pier and went for a swim.
44-year-old Elizabeth Wandell was last seen on the beach on the southern coast of Florida with some pictures. Our search Thursday, and no sign of Liz. Liz pictures of her belong to her husband Taylor. On the ground in the country to help with the search. He spoke with his wife in an interview with Grenada Broadcasting Network.
Is a loving, free-spirited person. She could make friends with anyone.
It's been 5 days since her disappearance. Authorities in Grenada now calling on fishermen, boat operators, and residents along the southern coastline to be on the lookout for Liz Wandell. And Lindsay, the State Department tells ABC News tonight it is aware of reports of a missing person in Grenada, but declined to comment any further. Lindsay, Morgan, thank you. Today marks 100 days until those critical midterm elections. Democrats are looking to regain control of Congress, while Republicans are trying to hold on to their slim majorities in the House and Senate. Both sides are now trying to seize the momentum. ABC's Cristiano Cordero joins us now. Hi, Cristiano.
Wednesday tonight, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is kicking off the final 100-day campaign in battleground Pennsylvania. Unveiling Democrats' party tries to make the closing issue of the race. Jeffries joined Governor Josh Shapiro to rally voters in a critical House district as they try to win back control of Congress. Democrats need to flip just 3 seats to reclaim the House. The Senate is a steeper climb. They'll need to pick up 4 seats there. But the party's path to majority took a hit this month after Maine Democrats replaced Senate candidate Graham Plattner following a sexual assault allegation he denies, turning to former state Senate President Troy Jackson in a key pickup race. And a new Washington Post Ipsos poll shows the battle for Congress remains tonight, with Democrats leading the generic congressional ballot by just 3 points, 48 to 45. President Trump is campaigning for a battleground, urging voters to share so story of support for his second term agenda. Parties are now racing to define the issues they believe will actually control Congress.
Thank you so much at stake, Cristiano. Thank you. Overseas now to the war with Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is heading to the White House on Tuesday for a meeting with President Trump. It comes as the president is considering a major escalation as the war enters its 6th month. ABC's Matt Rivers reports from Jordan tonight.
Local laws fighting Iranian and U.S. weapons quiet for a second straight day ahead of a consequential week in Washington. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heading to the White House Tuesday for a meeting with President Trump. U.S. Ambassador to the UN Mike Waltz saying today the lull in fighting is designed to give peace talks some space after plenty of diplomatic activity had ramped up between both sides.
Talks are ongoing. They're happening at every level, from the more technical aspect of it all the way to the highest levels.
But tonight, a New York Times report says Trump is also pulling back from escalations with Iran for fear it could dangerously drain the Pentagon's already diminished stockpile of Patriot anti-missile interceptors, crucial for protecting U.S. assets in the region. Today, the U.S. ambassador pushing back on that reporting.
I want to be crystal clear. The U.S. military, and I verify this every which way, has everything that it needs to conduct this campaign as effectively as it needs to be.
The White House also telling ABC News in part, President Trump has always been consistent, saying he prefers a diplomatic solution, but it would be wise for Iran to work towards a negotiated deal, otherwise they know what will happen. Overnight, ABC confirming all 4 service members killed in Jordan and Iraq this week received posthumous promotions and including Tyler Feehan, promoted to captain. You can see Feehan here in his condition as a monster sleeping in his red box.
Oh, girl.
Thursday, 5:37 p.m. Are now together again. Lindsay, Iran's foreign minister tonight confirming negotiations are ongoing. How long does this new ceasefire hold? That plan needed this coming week between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. Lindsay?
Matt Rivers for us in Jordan. Matt, thank you. Back here in the U.S., President Trump has ordered the installation of signs at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History with information presented in the museum. Smithsonian officials have not commented on the order, but the museum's director has previously pushed back against the president's criticism. Fatally shot by ICE in Houston. The Harris County DA says that a substance found in the van of 51-year-old Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was not drugs. On Saturday, the community held a march and vigil demanding justice for the father of three. He was fatally shot by ICE officers on the 7th Transit stop. Agents allege that he tried to weaponize his vehicle, but witnesses have disputed the claim. There's so much more ahead on World News Tonight this Sunday. The investigation after 13 children were sickened at a summer camp. Authorities suspect one camper shared mushroom-laced candies with them. And it's lucky to account for making himself right at home, even checking out what was inside the fridge.
At Popeyes, we gave shrimp a bold Louisiana twist. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp served classic or dusted in bold Popeye seasonings. Now available on babes for only $5.
Roach is looking for our best cooking.
Buffet in town.
But they hate that Ray kills them in seconds.
Bugs hate Ray.
F.B. Johnson.
Even on my antidepressants, I wasn't making it through the months. Still, I wanted myself. So my doctor recommended Rexulti.
I went to the antidepressant Rexulti was recommended most effective dose more than antidepressant.
He said Rexulti could provide a boost. Adding on, helped me move forward.
Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have deep concerns with blood pressure. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and young adults. Call your healthcare provider right away to report new or sudden changes in mood, behavior, or if you develop suicidal thoughts or actions. Sleeplessness and confusion which can be threatening or concentration and surgery. Blood sugar, weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urgent activities, sleep, sleeping is bigger.
It goes help you build more progress.
Ask your doctor about having
Improved murder mystery. Next trail. The greatest true crime stories.
A mass shooting in Michigan, leaving 5 people injured, one of them in critical condition. Police in Ottawa County near Grand Rapids say that there was a large gathering at the Banks River Recreation Area when an argument broke out. A single shooter is suspected of opening fire. Deputies tracking down the suspect's vehicle, taking 4 people into custody. Investigation after authorities say 13 children in a New Jersey summer camp were sickened after eating what is suspected to be mushroom-laced chocolate. Officials at the YMCA camp in East Harlem say one of the campers gave the other children edibles without the knowledge or consent of the staff. Counselors called emergency medical services when they began to show adverse reactions. The children ages 10 to 13 were evaluated and released to their parents. When we come back, the Black Panther reveal who will star in next movie, taking the mantle from Chadwick Boseman.
Shit. Even on my antidepressants, I wasn't making enough progress. Still hiding my depression. I wanted more for myself. So my doctor recommended Rexulti.
When taking antidepressant Rexulti has proven significantly reduced depression symptoms more than an antidepressant alone.
He said Rexulti could provide a boost. Adding on helps me move forward.
Elderly people with dementia and psychosis, increased risk of death or stroke. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and young adults. Call your healthcare provider right away to report new or sudden changes in behavior, thoughts, feelings, or if you develop suicidal thoughts or actions. Fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrollable blood sugar, weight gain, increasing blood sugar, unusual urges, dizziness outstanding, seizures, trouble swallowing, sleepiness, background.
Could a boost help you build on your progress?
That's the factor of everything.
Some people will have you believe AI will make us less connected, that it's going to leave us behind. We can disagree. Call us optimists, call us ludicrous. Just as we've always done, we're betting on people. We bet on people when we connect you to the ones who lost touch with. And again, when we connect you to the ones who couldn't be with. 22 years and 3.5 billion people later, we're doubling down. Because what technology will get, our attention behind it never will. Call us optimists. Call us dreamers. Call us whatever the hell you want. But we're betting on people. Like restaurants. The future is for everyone.
For muscle cramps and spasms, what's your move? The Hercules? The elephant? The Pogo? Make the move to Theraworks. It absorbs quickly for relief of muscle cramps and spasms. A safe, gentle, non-opioid formula you can use every day to keep moving without the mess or strong odor. For fast relief of muscle cramps and spasms, Hercules is important. Let's back at it.
This is Naomi. She just discovered the sweet sound of earning and saving money on interest. Thanks to free shipping, she spends less on just loved goods. And by selling some of her clothes that she doesn't wear, with 0 selling fees, she earned the cash to buy them. Don't wear it, sell it.
The index to the bear making itself right at home at cabin near Lake Arrowhead, California. The cabin's owner says their surveillance camera reported the bear approaching while the owner's daughter and 11 of her friends were inside. The bear climbed in through the window, checked out the refrigerator, and then left. Everyone was safe. And a safe return for a joint U.S.-Russian space crew after spending 8 months at the International Space Station. Their capsule floating down on a parachute landing in the steppes of Kazakhstan. 2 Russian cosmonauts on board, along with the American astronaut Chris Williams. He will soon return to the United States on a flight bound for NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Nearly 20,000 fans packed Chicago United Center for a high-energy, high-scoring WNBA All-Star game. Team Spoon defeating Team Coop 129-122. Caitlin Clark buried 5 3-pointers. 20-year-old Dominique Malonga made the first WNBA All-Star Game dunk. There it is in 4 years, and the biggest honor went to Jonquel Jones, who was named the All-Star MVP after scoring 22 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists. The WNBA is now celebrating its 30th anniversary. Next, the Black Panther reveal the little boy seen after the credits in Wakanda Forever will be at the center of the next movie at Comic-Con this weekend. Director Ryan Coogler announced that actor David Johnson will play Prince T'Challa in the movie that's due out in December 2028. Prince T'Challa is the son of the original Black Panther, played by Chadwick Boseman back in 2020. When we come back, the high school track star aptly named Chase going for gold.
Can't get enough 2020 true crime. This podcast is for you.
Join me for 2020 After Show, wherever you get your podcast.
It feels like at the start of the day, letting it soak to your putting the good in your morning. Man, it's good to be home. GMA it's an invitation to come together. Right here.
This is what you need to know. Straight away news is happening. We'll give you what you need to know all in under 10 minutes. The top stories, latest headlines, what everyone's talking about. What you need to know, all in under 10 minutes. You have to get what's written on Plus. Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives have changed. Here in London,
Experts Scarlett Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We do here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? What if there's a community outside of Mexico City? Splintered houses and splintered lives, the magnitude of the devastation. Listen to ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky, Minneapolis, Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska. Getting you the largest stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Top. We'll take you there.
ABC News Live and that's another sports news program. ABC News Live, streaming free right now. All of this with news.
Is this hard to talk about? Yeah. Oh.
Stay on the ground, about to take off. It's going to be crazy.
So you hijacked the plane?
Yes.
How did you set a plane in different?
We can do a barrel roll. You got to figure out how to use the autopilot.
The threats from the president, the rising cost of oil and your gas. Now, Martha Raddatz reports from Jordan, where U.S. soldiers lost their lives from an Iranian strike. What happens next? This morning on ABC's This Week.
Finally tonight, the high school track star chasing a dream and beating the odds.
Come on, Jake, pick it up.
On this high school track in Pennsylvania, every stride the 16-year-old takes on his blades is a reminder of just how far determination can carry us. When Chase Merriweather was just 3 years old, what doctors first believed was the flu turned into septic shock.
And then all my organs just shut down.
Surgeons had to amputate both of his legs below the knee and both of his arms.
Dumbo.
A child who loved sports before he could even remember, Chase refused to let what he lost define what was still possible.
I got sonic speed.
He learned to play baseball, soccer, and swim. This spring, he found his lane in track.
When I got into it, I got to figure out how to walk again. I had to figure out how I can play with all my friends again. And now I can show other kids that might be struggling how I figured it out and how they could also figure it out.
Now a rising junior, Chase trains alongside every other athlete on his high school team.
Nice job, walk back.
His coach says there are no special expectations, only the expectation that he'll compete. And time and again, he delivers. This May, Chase captured gold in the ambulatory 400-meter dash at the Pennsylvania State Championships. Now, his sights are set even higher. Paralympic Games in Los Angeles in 2028.
If you keep going and never stop trying, you will always chase that dream and will eventually get it. Even if there's obstacles. Yeah, you just got to run your race. I got my mind.
Keep running your race, Chase. Thanks so much for watching. Rick Johnson. What doctors first believed was the flu turned into septic shock.
And then all my organs just shut down.
To save his life, surgeons had to amputate both of his legs below the knee and both of his arms. A child who loved sports before he could even remember, Chase refused.
Can you move?
Was Ace's first summer tournament. WTSU News at 10 starts right now. Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for joining us.
Come on.
It's a new video showing the moments gunfire rang out in the Central Business District. Police responding to that scene before midnight Saturday. WDSU's Lena Folk joins us now live from when the incident took place, and a completely different scene than what it looked like yesterday, Lena.
Yeah, Duke, this is a complete 180 from the scene last night. Police say that one person was struck in that gunfire, including a innocent bystander. A night out interrupted by shots fired across the street. The gunfire heard in this video. Taken from Bourbon, but the actual shooting happening across Canal on Carondelet. I heard the noises, a couple of commotions, and then next thing you know, I heard the shots. Bow, bow, bow. Brittany Dupree was in town for a work trip. She tells us the first thing that came to her mind. My initial reaction was to run. Moments before the gunfire, two people were in a verbal altercation. Police confirming no one was killed, but a man and woman remain hospitalized. The man injured involved in the altercation, but the woman an innocent bystander. Numbers from the city's crime dashboard show crime incidents are up 5.1% so far this year. Vehicle burglaries up over 12%. Thefts up slightly more than 10.1%. However, non-deadly shootings are down nearly 17%. Police have not yet released any information regarding the suspect. Live in Central Business District, Lena Polk, WDC News.
I was going to mention the Metropolitan Crime Commission says that crime also down 7% in the area. Meanwhile, this comes as New Orleans Mayor Glenn Moreno mentioned to square economic development on Canal Street. The idea is to create more foot traffic along that major corridor.
Next is Canal Street. So on Tuesday, we'll be announcing what we like to call the Canal Street Renaissance. And so it's going to be everything from demonstration tickets to incentives to law enforcement, more retail, improvements to Canal Street, to code enforcement, and enhancements. So we're really excited about that.
Moreno says more details about this development that's going to be released this upcoming Tuesday. But right now, I want to give you a live look outside, and this is the view of the Crescent City Connection, lit up so beautifully. But, of course, today was a nice day. We had no rain, but it was definitely hot and humid, and that trend is expected to continue. Well, WD's First Warning Weather, meteorologist Jordan West is here with a WDSU First Warning Weather Impact Day. Please keep us safe. What we need to know for tomorrow. Go ahead.
Well, the main story is going to be the heat. It's going to be hot. It's been hot the past several days. It's only going to get warmer. We're going from talking about that temperature to the heat index. Remember, the heat index is just a number that factors in the humidity with respect to the temperature. So, all in all, that heat index, that feels like temperature could climb up to 112 on Monday, up to 115 on Tuesday. That's why heat advisories are in place both Monday and Tuesday. And then the excessive heat watch that's currently around the Lake Pontchartrain area, that's in place Tuesday afternoon. That could be upgraded to an excessive or extreme heat warning by Tuesday afternoon. Something we'll have to keep an eye on for sure. That's why both Monday and Tuesday are WDSU First Warning Weather Impact Days. This type of heat indices up to 112 Monday, as I mentioned, will drop to the upper 70s and low 80s Tuesday morning before we climb back up to 115 by Tuesday afternoon. I'll talk more about this heat from the government forecast.
Thank you. Some other news for Algiers residents. The precautionary water advisory that has been lifted. The Sewage and Water Board has canceled the advisory. Officials tested the water and say now it is safe to drink. Of course, this comes after one person fell below 20 pounds per square inch yesterday. You can see how massive that area is there. But now the word in the East. This is where the Trump administration is looking to invade space with diplomacy during what appears to be a pause in the fighting. Richard England reports from Jerusalem.
The U.S. naval blockade of Iran remains in full force. CENTCOM releasing footage of American troops boarding and inspecting a ship in the Persian Gulf, and disabling a vessel accused of violating the U.S. military closure of Iranian ports. What we're not seeing are direct attacks. For 2 straight days, no U.S. strikes on Iranian territory, and no
Come here. Come here.
What the president is doing right now, as we've seen all along, is giving some pause, some space. It's 4 now, and it's 50. It's increasingly politically divisive, and it's all shown unpopular. Well, I think these guys, I think this thing is completely stuck. Around today, for the first time in this, specifics. And diplomacy so far is not just the Australia. Easy here, and studying exchange fire Iran today accused Ukraine of attacking an Iranian commercial ship in the Caspian Sea on Saturday. Iran said Ukraine did secretly has personally made and said the incident will not be unanswered. Zelensky claims Iran is so and he at the time gives us attack Ukraine.
That's while Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to be in Washington tomorrow to meet with President Trump. Gas prices, though, once again on the rise. According to AAA, the national average price per gallon of gas is now $4.11. Get this, that's a 20-cent jump. The next games at the school. You will have to go, my guy. The football field, those transformed into an elite course for the world's top skateboarders, BMX riders, and motorcycle athletes. Coming up later in sports, we'll give you some highlights from today's performance and tell you more about this unique event in the Dome. Well, some of the best chefs and pastry artists across the country are here in the city this weekend for a prestigious international culinary competition. Bocuse d'Or Americas was held at the convention center this afternoon. The competition has teams from 8 countries competing for a chance to advance to the world finals.
For the winner, it's a total game changer. His life or her life will change absolutely. They will become very famous. They will speak Japanese. They will travel the world. And they will have all their life long their crown and their head.
The event showcases world-class talent while putting New Orleans' food scene in the international spotlight. The suspect in a deadly attack on a pride event in Berlin is shot and killed. The new information we're learning about the man. Plus, out-of-control wildfires are spreading through parts of Europe. The new evacuations call as that heat wave continues.
The advisor has the purpose and select that response this month at walkerleader.com. Children University, the leaders rise to the moment. It's to see the creating Blue Dot is one of the largest nursing schools in the U.S. Children University, longest serving printer. Just get us screen. Plenty of room for my 3 future grandkids.
So fast on the spotlight. The 2026 Toyota RAV4. Right now, qualified lessees can be seen in 2026 RAV4 LE for $391 for 36 months. Offer ends August 3rd. Toyota. Let's go places. Stay connected to the live local network news, weather, and sports that matter to you. Plus, get New Orleans certified most accurate forecast anytime. Download the free WTSU News app today. Brought to you by Oxford Health. Long live you.
A backpack and their product, fresh start. Together, we can help every child walk into the classroom ready to learn. That's why WPSU's Project Partner, United Way of Southeast Indiana, United Baptist is copyright down to the 31st. And 100% of every donation stays right here, helping local students and schools. Find donation locations, wish lists, and everything you need at WDSU.com/school. Let's help every student start the school year ready to succeed.
When a tropical storm is headed our way, your forecast matters.
This system is likely to be battling some strong northerly wind shear. We tracked Bertha from the very beginning, warning our coastal communities where impacts would be greatest and help you understand what to expect.
Well, what I'm seeing this morning compared to this time yesterday morning is that does look like it's more to the south.
Because being prepared starts with a forecast you can trust. Certified most accurate 13 years in a row. WDSU First Warning Weather.
The Walker family of dealerships. Visit WalkerMotorCars.com today.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Police in Berlin say the suspect in the deadly vehicle attack on a pride event was shot and killed. Officials released this photo today to help locate the man only identified as Abdul B in connection to the attack that left 1 woman dead and 29 others hurt. Reportedly, the 21-year-old suspect charged at police with a knife as officers tried to take him into custody. He was dead on scene. Berlin officials say Abdul B was known to be a radicalized member in the Islamist circles in the city. The vehicle used in yesterday's attack was removed from the scene as mourners began leaving flowers. The late Republican Senator Lindsey Graham will be honored this week with 2 funeral service days. Starting this upcoming Tuesday, a special ceremony that's going to be held at the U.S. Capitol and a funeral service at the Washington National Cathedral. President Trump is expected to pay tribute. Graham's remains are going to then go to his home state of South Carolina for a procession, followed by a funeral service and a private burial. Graham died earlier this month at 71. Well, extreme heat is stifling parts of the U.S. and Europe, and out-of-control water fires triggering new evacuations. Liz Cruz has more on those fires.
Tonight, tens of thousands more people evacuated as relentless wildfires continue to rage across Europe. Outside the French city of Bordeaux, authorities going door to door overnight to get people out. As farmers in the famous wine region step up, using their tractors and water tanks to help firefighters battle the erratic flames. Here's Sky News' Sadia Chowdhury reporting in the area.
These firefighters from Paris, among the huge number of firefighters that are here today from all over France, we know that more than 70 of them have been injured tackling this blaze.
In central Spain, the view from above. As firefighters face similar conditions, new videos show the walls of flames and thick dark smoke they're up against. As the region faces record heat, fires also breaking out in southern Italy, forcing the evacuation of popular beaches. Meanwhile, back at home, crews also battling fires in central Oregon as 104 million people remain under heat alerts nationwide. In South Carolina today, several inches of rain falling in just an hour, flooding roads. And in California, a tropical system in the Pacific is creating huge swells.
This is crazy. Oh, cow, you guys.
You can see the tide washing over the parking lot at this beach outside LA. And in Santa Cruz, take a look at this heart-racing rescue. A lifeguard facing massive waves as he heroically saves a young boy who got swept up in the water.
They got a heat wave building across majority of the United States at this point. The entire state of Missouri is pink. That means there's an extreme heat warning for the entire state of Missouri. Now, not the same story, at least here across southeast Louisiana. Some parts of Louisiana is not a heat advisory. Other spots are in what we call an extreme heat watch for Tuesday. Some of them call this down. For starters, we have a normal heat advisory both Monday and Tuesday of this work week. That means heat indices could climb up to 112. This red color you see here, that is extreme heat watch along Lake Pontchartrain, along the Mississippi shore, Gulfport, Violet Battery. That's you guys too. All that means is that we're watching to see if heat indices could climb up to 115. That would match that extreme heat warning criteria, and that would be for Tuesday. Here's a look at the numbers across the board. Heat indices, as I mentioned, up to 112 by tomorrow afternoon. We'll drop back down to the upper 70s and low 80s Tuesday morning before we repeat this all over again on Tuesday afternoon. But because we're not cooling all that much overnight, that gives the next day a head start on the temperature, which gives a head start on the heat index, a byproduct of the temperature and the humidity, and we could see these heat indices that you see here a little bit warmer than that. So all in all, stay hydrated, take frequent indoor breaks, check the back seat of your car. The heat danger risk for Tuesday is anywhere between major and extreme. That purple color being extreme, the red color being major. Again, all that means is to take those extra precautions and take those frequent indoor breaks outside, especially you're going to be working outside throughout the day in the sunlight, in the heat. And this is the culprit, the heat ridge, or heat wave is what we call it. It's been just spinning over parts of Texas, and it's not really going to move all that much, but it's the outer rings of this system that kind of meander over Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, eastern Texas, that's bringing in the heat. So as I mentioned before, highs will stick around in the mid to upper 90s through Thursday. We drop to the low 90s through this weekend. Heat indices saying anywhere between 110 and up to 115, especially as we move into the middle of the work week, Wednesday into Thursday. And the actual temperatures that we just saw is actually approaching the record territory Tuesday and Wednesday. We're only a degree or 2 degrees away from beating that record. So if the thermometer at, say, the New Orleans International Airport rises a couple of degrees more than our forecast numbers, we could break that record, and the record-breaking territory goes away. Once we get into Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we have some tropical moisture actually coming in from the north this time, along with a cold front. That's going to keep rain chances high starting Thursday and lasting into the weekend. So higher rain chances are going to give us some relief from the heat, but at least for now, WDSU first warning weather impact days Monday and Tuesday as heat advisories stretch across southeast Louisiana.
Jordan, thank you. Well, following breaking news right now, this out of Seattle, Washington, as police there are investigating a shooting that leaves multiple people hurt at Seattle Center. Now, investigators have not yet released the conditions of the victims and have not identified a suspect nor said whether anyone was in custody. The violence unfolded as the Bite of Seattle Food Festival was wrapping up the final day of its 3-day event. Officials also have not said whether the festival was connected to the shooting, and organizers have not yet commented. Seattle Center is home to some of the city's best-known attractions, including the Space Needle and several museums. We're coming up next in sports. We're going to hear from the LSU baseball star, who's now calling Pittsburgh home. We'll be right back.
Game recognizes game. The summer of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer during the Summer of Audi sales event.
What does put the Womack runner mean to New Orleans?
It means if you're hurt in a wreck, we'll meet with you and answer all your questions.
It means we've got your back, and we'll always fight for the life-changing money that you deserve.
It means we'll fight to make the insurance company treat you with respect.
Over 30,000 clients can't be wrong. If you or a family member are injured, call us for a free consultation and let our family fight for your family.
Built to tough it out. And to take it easy. Built to carry tradition and to make new ones. The 2026 Toyota Tundra. Built in Texas, driven everywhere.
Qualified buyers get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a rugged new 2026 Tundra. Offer ends August 3rd.
Toyota. Let's go places.
130 years strong. Thanks, VOA.
Every neighborhood wakes up to something different.
Here's what we know right now. That's why WDSU News this morning is breaking the stories that matter to your day.
Let's get you up to date on this developing story.
From Metairie to the North Shore, downtown to the Bayou, we get you around the delays. This is the route you'll take to avoid those backups
and keep you ahead of the storm. They'll be tracking this line of showers as they push through,
so you're ready for whatever the day brings.
Wherever you are.
Saints fans are optimistic. They've got their quarterback and young offensive talent. So will we see a return to the playoffs this season? Watch the Saints on 6 training camp special Wednesday at 6:30 on WDSU. Sponsored by Rouse's Markets.
The Golden Girls are on BTV.
I am stunned.
Weeknights at 9 on ATV New Orleans. Game recognizes game. The summer of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer during the Summer of Audi sales event. Summer Camp. Weeknights at 10 on WDSU News. WDSU Sports is sponsored by Bayou Black Electric.
Good Sunday evening, everyone. I'm Fletcher Macklin. The Caesars Superdome has hosted Super Bowl's Final Fours, WrestleMania's Essence Fest, Taylor Swift, Beyonce, the Rolling Stones. But more recently, the iconic venue, it's explored new territory. In the spring, both the Savannah Bananas and the Rodeo took over. And this weekend, the first ever X Games just dazzled fans. And the guys who call the Dome home, they checked out today's final action. Several Saints players in the house. This is kicker Charlie Smith and offensive lineman Torricelli Simpkins. The football players getting a chance to watch some thrilling BMX. This is the final of this season for Kieran Riley, and he leaves it all on the course. The 25-year-old from England absolutely masterful he needed to be, he entered this run in second place, pulling off moves that had fans screaming. Many thought he did enough to win gold, but he falls just short. Reigning champ Justin Dahl had to sweat it out, but he holds on to win gold. Overall, this event was a team competition, and XC New York comes out on top. BMX racer Hannah Roberts even finished her competition on a fractured leg.
There's 9 other people doing their jobs, and, a mistake on my behalf caused an injury, and, there's still 9 people that depend on me to do my job, and I'm grateful that I was able to get it done, and their energy and their support has meant the absolute world this season, and I'm super, super stoked.
Have you ever headed into surgery with the smile that you're going to have for this surgery?
No, I've never. I hate surgery, but for this reason, for this one, I'm feeling super good. So, yeah.
It was a great weekend in the Superdome. While the athletes went for gold in the Dome, the X Games took full advantage of the entire downtown area. The Smoothie King Center held concerts on Friday and Saturday with Metro Boomin, JIB, Subtronics, and Bun performing. The Pittsburgh Pirates have had such success with LSU Tigers. They, of course, drafted Paul Skeens first overall in 2023. He's now one of the best pitchers in baseball. They went back to Baton Rouge to add talent. Tigers outfielder Garrett Curiel was the 5th overall pick in the 2026 Major League Draft earlier this month. And this morning, he signed his first pro contract with the Pirates. His signing bonus, $6.2 million. The lefty from California played 2 seasons in Baton Rouge, helping LSU win another national title in 2025. This morning, he told the Pittsburgh faithful about the player they're getting.
Hard-nosed player, guy who wants to win and do anything to make that happen. Drag bunt, whatever it takes, tracking balls down in center field, whatever I can do to help prevent runs on defense and help score runs on offense. So, super excited.
After this newscast on our weekly show, Game On, which airs every Sunday night at 11 o'clock, we've got you.
That things are going to break down. When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't fix it, they will replace it. Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service.
We've saved thousands of dollars and we've been able to reinvest into our home.
All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again. Call 1-800-609-2593 now or go online to get your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Fournette and the Fours, for you.
For Louisiana. So then, we got a question for you.
What number should people call when you drop off 444-4444?
All your fellas up. LSU will host Texas in mid-November in Death Valley, and that game will mark Arch Manning's return to the boot. The New Orleanian hopes to enter that conference game with the Longhorns' college football playoff hopes still intact. It's tough enough carrying expectations as the starting quarterback at Texas. It's even more difficult adding to.
I don't care about sports.
And Trump announces dozens of new tariffs, how they can actually impact you.
It's Louisiana's #1 Volkswagen dealership. Get 0.9% APR for 28 months for $3,500 customer bonus and select Atlas models this month at WalkerBW.com.
Our promise is simple. You'll never face life's toughest moments alone. Law Office of Chick 4-Star will fight for you with the same dedication, care, and strength that your own family. You're a family law firm fighting for your families.
Your family member told me one thing. When you own a business, you own every decision.
You're waiting for us in college. I'm down to stay away.
I think you can do it quickly. You start with a vision, make it a business, now to scale it worldwide. The Canada's deposit. For an office, address, high school's great. Make it quick, so lots of phones. Traveling across time zones. All jet, zero. Tweak the message, scale the spend. Watch the fee catch fire. We got this. The business card will just back all you put in. Chase Sapphire Reserve for business.
This appliance every countertop moment was brought to you by California Closets. Pantry and home storage solutions by designers who get you. California Closets. Get started with a free consultation today.
There are trucks, and then there's the Sierra with employee pricing for everyone, with the capability to handle what life throws your way. That's the GMC Sierra, leading where it matters most. GMC Sierra, it's the truck. Celebrate Independence Day with employee pricing for everyone in all GMC Sierra 1500 models. With 0% APR, that's over $13,000 total value on this Sierra 1500 Denali.
Here in Southeast Louisiana, extreme weather is a way of life. So when storms move in, it matters who you trust.
Turn to the team's certified most accurate 13 years in a row WTSU First Warning Weather.
The only station with our own local radar closest to the Gulf theme when others can't.
We get it right more than anyone else, so you'll always be the first to know.
Chief Meteorologist Scott Hillier and the WTSU First Warning Weather Team. Only on WTSU.
We get it right more than anyone else, so you'll always be the first to know.
Chief Meteorologist.
One station with our own local radar closest to the Gulf theme when others can't.
We get it right more than anyone else, so you'll always be the first to know.
Chief Meteorologist Scott Hillier and the WTSU First Warning Weather Team. Only on WTSU News.
I thought that maybe she'd been kidnapped. No one knew what was happening.
They were three best friends. They hung all the time. Then one went missing.
A scandalous kind of case.
Next Dateline. Tomorrow at 11 on WTSU. The Wander family of dealerships. Visit
Combo, come here.
today.
Every neighborhood wakes up to something different.
That's why WDSU News this morning is breaking the stories that matter to your day.
So you're ready for whatever the day brings.
Wherever you are.
Local. Late breaking. This is WTSU News at 10. Welcome back, everyone. Here's a live look outside as we get ready for another hot start to the week. And this is the live look of the lakefront from our Pontchartrain Conservancy camera. And tomorrow, we have a heat wave advisory prompting a WDSU First Warning Weather Impact Day. WDSU's First Warning Weather meteorologist Jordan West is here to let us know how we're going to get to cope with this heat wave, Jay.
Hey, yeah, so heat wave, advisory, heat watch, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be hot. And this is not normal for this time of year. There is an array of heat advisories and extreme heat warnings and watches all across the United States as we speak. In our neck of the woods, it's just 2 heat advisories for Monday and Tuesday for all southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi. And this red color is an extreme heat watch. Now, that could upgrade to an extreme heat warning if the heat index climbs up to 115. Heat advisory criteria is up to 112 or between 108 and 112 on Monday, and even to start the day on Tuesday too. Heat index values by the time we get to 5 p.m. Monday, as I mentioned, up to 112, will fall back down to the upper 70s and low 80s. Tuesday morning again, we could see heat indices as high as 115 on Tuesday. I'll talk more about this and also talk about the rain returning next week coming back with your full forecast.
Jordan, thank you. Energy says planned power outages for grid upgrades are going ahead this week, despite the extreme heat that Jordan just talked about. Utility says the upgrades will improve long-term reliability, and officials released a statement saying, quote, Energy New Orleans is closely monitoring the daily forecasts and weather when scheduling planned outages, and we make every effort to limit the impact on our customers. Work requiring planned outages can now proceed when the temperature is above 99 degrees or the heat index reaches 105. In these cases, energy crews will shift work to early morning or evening hours to avoid an outage during peak temperatures, end quote. A 16-year-old is behind bars after investigators say he targeted DoorDash drivers in a series of robberies. This is in Slidell, in the North Shore, folks. Deputies say the teen placed a food order without prepay, then robbed delivery drivers when they arrived in Lakeshore Village's area. Well, detectives took him into custody early this morning after another driver was robbed while delivering pizza. That teen now faces multiple robbery charges and is held at the Florida Harris's Juvenile Detention Center.
NOPD says they found skeletal remains. This is in Algiers, ladies and gentlemen. The remains were found on General Meyer Avenue. The coroner's office did take the remains for further investigation. We also did reach out to the coroner's office for more information. Stay with the WDSU for the latest. Energy search is underway for an American tourist that's missing in the Caribbean. Priscilla Thompson has more on the search and speaks to a close friend of the missing tourist.
A desperate search is underway in Grenada for 44-year-old Elizabeth Waddell, an American tourist missing since Wednesday, Grenada police say, last seen at Grand Island Beach. This release describing the physical therapist as having a medium build and short blonde hair. Authorities are asking fishermen, boat operators, and residents along the southern coastline to be on high alert and report anything they see. Friend Amanda Romano Harmon was not on the trip, but is speaking on behalf of the family.
I really still want there to be a happy ending to this.
She says Waddell was vacationing with another close friend who believes she went for a swim.
She was in a bikini and a towel. They found her towel on the pier. That was it.
Romano Harmon said surveillance video shows Waddell in the water, but then she floats out of view.
That was the last. That was the last. That we have eyes on her. Yes.
Do you all have any idea what might have happened?
We don't. The Coast Guard has been out for several days. They've had divers out for several days. They can't find her.
The State Department tells NBC News they're aware of a missing American in Grenada. Tonight, Waddell's husband and daughter are on the ground aiding in the search. Her husband writing on Facebook, "I expect nothing less than Liz's safe return." Back home in North Carolina, friends and loved ones hoping for that too.
Liz, if you can hear us, we love you. And we're searching. Please come home to us.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Now to Commitment 2026, as we're now, get this, 100 days away from the midterm elections in November. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries unveiled his party's agenda in Pennsylvania while campaigning for Bob Brooks, which is the Democratic candidate trying to unseat the current Republican congressman. Jeffries says Democrats will fight for affordable America. That includes restoring health care cuts, bringing the cost of living down, and ending the war in Iran. Pennsylvania's 7th district, where Brooks is running, is one of the key battlegrounds and could be a pathway to a House majority. Meanwhile, back here in Louisiana, all 6 congressional districts, that's going to be up for re-election using the new redistricting map you see here on your screen. We also have a Senate race between a Democratic Jamie Davis and Republican Julia Letlow. President Donald Trump announces dozens of new tariffs on numerous countries last week, which will replace the 10 expiring 10% tariffs. Several U.S. trading partners reacted to the news, with Australia's trade minister calling them completely unjustified. As Linda Vaquero reports, these new tariffs are also concerning consumers here in the States.
Just as the tariffs that were ruled illegal by the U.S. Supreme Court expired, new tariffs took effect on 60 trading partners. The news immediately worrying some consumers.
Everything else is already up in prices, so we don't want that extra with the tariffs.
Absolutely. I'm very concerned about it. The new tariffs target countries accused of violating U.S. laws banning forced labor. They range from 10% to 12.5%. Canada, Mexico, the U.K., and the EU face a 10% tariff. China and Vietnam, 12.5%. Nimish Adia is professor of economics at Manhattanville University and describes the impact.
So the average consumer is unlikely to notice a dramatic price increase because, one, the tariff rate of 10% is rather modest. Two, a lot of goods are exempted from these tariffs. And third, companies can switch suppliers to non-tariffed countries or decide to absorb some of these costs.
Which goods will get hit with the new tariff? Consumer electronics, clothing and footwear, furniture, household goods, toys. Vina Karaskia shopped for some home furnishings today.
Of course, have to come and get what it makes me feel comfortable inside my house, and with the prices, sometimes it makes it difficult.
There are exemptions this time around: steel, aluminum, certain foods, oil, and natural gas.
I think Major impact that is often under discussed of these tariffs is the uncertainty it generates for the businesses, since they cannot plan in advance what it's going to cost them.
The previous tariffs were ruled illegal and the administration started issuing refunds. Experts say it's up to each business to decide how to handle the money. Businesses have no incentive to pass along that money directly to consumers. After the break, no power since Hurricane Ida. That's a reality for a massive amount of people. The power co-op wants to abandon the area, but a judge just said about power investigation.
Make your driving experience at Walker Acura. Find out more at WalkerAcura.com today.
Even if your child has moderate to severe eczema, they can feel the flow, feel the breeze. And Dupixent helps them feel the heal. It helps calm the key source of inflammation under the skin that can cause eczema. Dupixent is the only biologic therapy approved to treat kids as young as 6 months for noticeably clearer skin and less itch. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor right away if new or worsening eye problems like eye pain or vision changes, skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Dupixent. Help heal their skin from within so they can stay ahead of eczema. Find an eczema specialist and ask about Dupixent today.
Are you ready to renovate your kitchen? That's the best part with new cabinetry and countertops from French Quarter Facades. We can start your project today. French Quarter Facades specializes in new cabinetry and countertops, the best one-stop shop in New Orleans. New cabinetry, new countertops. You deserve something nice. Come to the showroom in Elmwood. Call or connect with us at FrenchQuarterFacades.com.
The force of the storm surge threatens what we love. Protection has to remain constant. Our gates closed, labors open. Our team is there every season, every storm, every surge. Thorough engineers inspect the system. Operators stand ready when storms approach, and crews maintain what most people never see. When waters rise, we rise with them. When storms approach, we stand ready. We are the constant flood defense. We are the best. We are your Flood Authority East.
It was in that spirit.
Oh man.
Yes, you.
You see any key cards lying around? You're gonna need one to access the basement. Remember, the vault's just down the hallway. Go upstairs if you want anything from the exhibition.
Shit, I need a raise.
If we want to get closer to the vault, we'll need to override the lock on the security doors. Controls are in the office. use the controls here to loop the feed. It's a temporary fix, but it'll stop anyone seeing you on the CCTV and buy you some time without drawing attention. I just sent you a code to override the locks. Wow, okay, knock out my view, huh? Ah, that's good, just don't take them all out. Laser time, baby! Shit, I can't launch. Good luck. It's not over yet, boss. You got this. There's a switch near you that'll turn some of the lasers off.
Oh, you picked the wrong guard! Asshole! What do you think you're doing? Fuck you! Watch my back! Cover me!
Wow, boss, your yoga setup's really paying off, huh? Okay, Angel, you're up. Let's roleplay opening this safe.
I'm always here to help. Vault unlocked.
Oh, this is it. You got it, boss. Okay, you ready, boss? Here's the part that counts. Normally I warn you about those thermal sensors, but fuck it, the alarm's already triggered. You're a pro, boss. You got this. this room. You need one person on the controls and one person to grab the goods. Boss, your mansion security team's throwing their weight around, trying to draw the cops' attention. That means less attention on you. Loyal guys, huh? I mean, insane, but loyal. All right, boss. I'm moving off-road, whatever route you want to go. Your buddy will take you there. How are the upgrades, huh? Pretty nice, right? Listen, there aren't enough bikes for the force the overwhelming sense of achievement.
What do you mean you have a new outfit? For the last time, hobo chic is not a thing. Don't wear anything you find in a dumpster. Well, if you want to look like a garbage man, you are dead to me.
You kidding? I so need a wardrobe overhaul. It's a disaster. I have nothing. Seriously? Get out! Is it really enema? Oh my god, let's go now. thought the movie was hilarious.
Yeah, you said it.
Don't be this creepy person. You're better than that. I don't know if I can take you. Stop crying. If I take you, can I wear your Santo Capra dress? Fine, then I'll take you. Stop bugging me. Don't wear the dress anymore. See you later. Hey, Rocco, it's me.
Hey, Ma. How you doing? He got in the bed smelling like sex. I hated her since we were kids.
boss, I'm mentally prepped. Every cognitive answer is in my system, and my brain is butter smooth right now. All right, head to the building staff entrance. All right, remember the plan. The Bradura comes out and race forgery goes in with zero evidence left behind. That's how we get you paid, boss. Any other art you grab, I'll make sure you get a good price. Wow, our first heist.
On to following a major hurricane.
Welcome back, everyone. It's a major update to our WDSU investigation, Sportsman's Paradise Abandoned. Now, we've been on top of this story for nearly 2 years. Properties are still without power since Hurricane Ida, and our team uncovered new records that show a judge issued a recommendation to deny
Power Plus request to abandon electric service. Investigator Robert Williams spoke with camp owners and those in power on what's next.
My hope is that the commissioners look at the facts that are on the record.
From her camp in Lockport this weekend, Sarah Boudreaux is making her message loud and clear.
Look at the staff's findings and the administrative law judge's findings. I've always believed that this case should be decided on facts.
It's about a 5-minute boat ride to get to her camp. Since Hurricane Ida, she and other camp owners have had no power. A judge just issued their opinion that Sleeka, the power co-op, should be allowed to abandon power for properties in Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. WDSU investigates, uncovering new records. They state in part, despite the extensive volume of additional evidence, the actual content proved insubstantial. The judge's opinion, Sleeka failed to sufficiently support its request for abandonment, and therefore, based upon the testimony and evidence presented in this matter, Sleeka's petition for approval of proposed abandonment of the remaining lake lines is denied. This is what Matt Peters with Sleeka had to say back in March.
Anyway, you think that just, comment with y'all, what you need to do something for environment. What was the reasoning to not notify the members? That was a major topic.
We were doing what's in the best interest of the entire membership.
What is Sleeka's next plan?
That is filed the recommendation of PFC.
And now, the decision lies in the hands of the Public Service Commission. One of them is Commissioner Devontae Lewis.
I strongly believe electric parenting is a human right. And to my knowledge, this is the and only electric abandonment proceeding in the country. And to me, they have not made their case. I don't care if you're a camp, if you're a school, if you're a hospital, if you are a resident in a neighborhood, you are entitled, in my belief, to electric services because it's essential for us to live. And so I think Sleeka and all of our utilities need to take a strong message that you need to continue to ensure that your customers the ability to be heard.
As for Boudreaux, she just hopes her community isn't left abandoned.
This case doesn't just impact my community, but it will impact future decision making that electric companies will have to face following major hurricanes.
Sleeka says, quote, they carefully evaluated this issue over several years before deciding to seek abandonment. The safety and interests of our members, our employees, and the public first, which continue to be our priorities today. Meanwhile, Commissioner Jean-Paul P. Mousson says that his staff has reviewed the ruling, saying that there are important policy and legal implications, as well as cultural and monetary issues, so we must get this right, end quote.
We got heat advisories and extreme heat warnings and extreme heat watches all across the United States right now. Down here in southeast Louisiana, a heat advisory for tomorrow, Monday, another one for Tuesday, and this maroon red color here, that's the extreme heat watch for parts of St. Tammany Parish, Kansas Parish, St. John, James, Charles, also parts of Plaquemine, Jefferson, Orleans, and St. Bernard Parish. That is for Tuesday. As those heat indices climb high enough, that gets upgraded to extreme heat warning. And all of these colors just means that indices could climb anywhere between 110 and 115 both Monday and Tuesday. And we see that on just one of our modelings here, up to 111 in Canada, 109 in New Orleans, 106 in the Rose, and 108
up there in Franklinton. Tuesday night to early Tuesday morning, we only dropped to the upper 70s and low 80s, and that means we're going to get a head start for Tuesday afternoon with those heat indices climbing higher, potentially higher than what these numbers are showing. And the heat index is the temperature with respect to the humidity. You factor in how heavy and humid it is across southeast Louisiana. When we're talking about how it actually feels. The dry heat has different health impacts than a more humid, heavy heat, ultimately at the end of the day. So with that being said, the heat dangerous map from the National Weather Service is on the higher end of the scale, a major and extreme across majority of southeast Louisiana. All of this heat, the temperatures coming from this heat ridge or heat wave that's been spinning over Texas past couple of days. It's not going anywhere. The outer rings of it is what's bringing the heat to Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. That's why we saw all those heat watches and advisories and all that earlier. And it's because of this guy right here, way out in West Texas. So highs will stick around in the upper 90s through Wednesday. We drop to the mid 90s towards the end of the work week into next weekend. Heat indices will still climb up to around 110 day by day, at times approaching 115, and then that slowly drops as we get into the weekend. But the only reason we're seeing a drop in those temperatures Thursday, Friday, and Saturday is because of some rain chances. This is the record heat map. The orange is the actual temperature forecast for the next 7 days. The pink is what the record would be. The temperature we need to break at the New Orleans International Airport to consider this to be record-breaking. Again, Tuesday and Wednesday looks the closest to seeing that record-breaking heat, and then towards the weekend, nowhere near those records. That 50% chance that rain starts Thursday and lasts through Sunday. WBSU first warning weather impact days for both Monday and Tuesday due to the heat advisories and excessive heat watch. And then we have some tropical moisture lingering across the entire state of Louisiana come this weekend. That's why those rain chances are elevated starting Thursday and lasting through next Sunday. Highs are around the 90s, lows in the upper 70s and low 80s with those impact days through Tuesday.
Jay, thank you. On Australia is putting a new spin on a classical music from the East. We take a look at Orchestra Long as they use the with their fun.
When you own a business, you own every decision. You already finalized the launch? New products in the pipeline. We need something new. I'm always in the lounge. I reckon we need a seat for an office. Look at this speaker. What? Wrap the R&D? That's not enough. What if we tried something like this? Demand's speeding up. Social campaign goes live in 3, 2. Yeah. The business target gives back 40 billion. Check Sapphire Reserve for business.
When the company car crashed into me, I put the
Okay, I know this sounds sounds obvious, but do not touch the lasers, boss. There's a switch there. You can turn some of the lasers off.
The multi Grammy-winning New Orleans band is celebrating their latest album release called The Last Balloon. The free event is giving fans a chance to see one of the city's most celebrated groups up close while shining a spotlight on the vibrant local music scene here in the Big Easy. After Balloon, the Buffalo Free Band performance starting out as Hank Ball, now the music fans.
It's nothing like just connecting with your listeners, and especially something to be so close and everybody at home and at the liquor store. There's just something about it that is just special, intimate.
Oh, that place so smooth. But that's from that tour still and they do plan to have a stop, of course, here in the Crescent City. Of course, we'll be right back.
What's captioning on WDSU was sponsored by Lakeside Toyota.
Our promise is simple. You'll never face life's toughest moments alone. Law as a Chip 4-star will fight for you with the same dedication, care, and strength we give our own family. You're a family law firm fighting for New Orleans families.
Okay, I know this sounds obvious, but do not touch the lasers, boss.
When I hear put the one back on, it's like a stone force. Put the one back on to me is you know that they're on the side.
Putting the woman on means that they're going to pick a job done.
Put the one back on. Thanks, Ed.
Now, speaking that prepared and prepared with WDSU News and Facts. A look, a find. It's what you need to know right now. The day's biggest headlines. Live coverage from the center of breaking news in your neighborhood and the world's certified most
And you're in the clear. That was the real art right there, boss. 10 out of 10. Okay, Avalon, you're up. Let's roleplay opening the safe. Allow me to assist you in your hacking efforts. Okay, you ready for a vault tour? Vault unlocked. You're in. There she is, locked in the Bosch. What an eyeful. This is it. It's all led up to this. The alarm's already triggered, so don't worry about the thermal sensors. Nice and careful now. We need the Bradeur in one piece.
Look at this.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Vidya in Atlanta. This is CNN.
Welcome back. We are following breaking news this hour out of Seattle, Washington, where fire officials report at least 2 people are dead.
or injured after shooting at his electric university. Witnesses told CNN affiliate KOMO they heard, quote, 7 to 8 shots inside the venue and saw people shooting too. The event hosts hundreds of violent witnesses. Police have yet to announce who was on the suspect or whether anyone Let's take a look at some of today's other
Clients are gonna love it.
U.S. strikes on Iran still appear to be on hold. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, as Mike Wolf says, President Trump is giving diplomatic talks some space. But he also reiterated the president's warning that the U.S. military remains locked in local negotiations. The suspect in the attack on Berlin's Pride celebrations was shot dead by the police following an extensive manhunt. Authorities say Abu Balit was responsible for the van-ramming and stabbing attack that left one person dead and
Listen, the lock system here's no joke. You
These
gotta
days,
leave the
there's reports that the suspect was known to police and tried joining the Islamic State element last year. July has been the deadliest month for Ukrainian civilians since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in 2022. At least 377 people have been killed and more than 2,100 wounded this month alone. One of the latest victims is a 40-year-old woman who killed
We don't want global vote coming down on us even if they're on the watch list. So take out any witnesses and wipe the CCTV.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to reach a US President Trump last couple of years ago. It means the war zone closed. That is the advance. US constantly threatens as forces. Civilians claim the United States is legally breaching stockpiles under its provisions. Earlier, William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine, addressed those comments to CNN's Eric Hill. The Ukrainians are on the front foot, the Russians are on the back foot. The support from the United States has not been coming in terms of weapons, but this license to manufacture figures is a good signal. It's not going to solve the problem right away, but it's a very good signal of support for Ukraine from the United States. Ukraine is getting great support from the Europeans, and if the Americans will support that, that will help as well.
When we talk about support, there was certainly, I would say, surprise, to put it mildly, among a lot of people when Laura Loomer, of course, went to Ukraine to sit down. The impact that that has had back in the United States, also leading to some speculation about whether this is a bit of a shift when it comes to Ukraine's messaging strategy, if you will. Recognizing that perhaps the United States, for support, specifically the support of this administration and the president, that Ukraine may need to look to alternate sources to help get that message out. Do you see this as an effective messaging move for the Ukrainians moving forward?
So I don't think this is a messaging change. I think what we're seeing is a change on the battlefield, and that's allowing the Ukrainians to demonstrate that they are actually winning on the battlefield. They're taking the war to the Russians, deep into Russia. Putin is on his back foot, as I say. He's got problems on the battlefield. He's got problems economically. He's got a big political problem coming up if he institutes a draft, which he's threatening to do after his elections in September. So, no, I don't think it's a messaging change. I think it's a substantive change that the Ukrainians are actually winning at this point.
And that is an important message to bring to President Trump, right?
And President Zelensky will have that top of mind. President Zelensky is not asking for things right now. He is demonstrating that the Ukrainians have things to offer. The Ukrainians are offering the United States drones and drone technology. So the Ukrainians are demonstrating that they are actually a net provider of security.
President Zelensky did say this weekend Ukraine has solid reports that Putin is preparing now an expanded mobilization in the fall, saying that this actually includes Russia receiving some 30,000 military personnel, several ballistic missile launchers from North Korea. This comes on the heels of some really devastating casualty reports a few weeks ago, highlighting significant Russian losses. What does this tell you? You talk about how well Ukraine is doing in this moment, but when you see this warning from President Zelensky about what Putin may be planning, how would you assess the military position of Russia in this moment?
Literally, the military position for Russia in this moment is dire. They are having great difficulty. But one of the reports, Erica, that you mentioned, suggested, analyzed that the ratio of Russian soldiers killed to Ukrainians 8-1. 8-1 Russians killed versus 1 Ukrainian. And the numbers are coming out in various things. So, yes, you mentioned this possible mobilization, this draft. This could be Putin's undoing, political undoing. He's got big problems he's not sure where to go.
Let's go to Europe now, where more than 300,000 people have been displaced from their homes due to wildfires. Rising temperatures and no rain in sight means conditions could get even worse this week. In Spain's Castellon province, thousands of hectares have burned. This is just one of several regions in the country fighting to push back the flames. Officials say the fires in Avila province are the biggest in Spain's recent history. Firefighting aircraft have been sent by Greece and Italy to help emergency crews in their efforts. It is now a waiting game for residents, anxious to get back to their homes and check what the flames have left.
More than anything, I'm afraid because of what's being lost, future itself. Material damage is one thing, but that can be repaired, so to speak. What really hurts is the emotional loss.
In neighbouring France, firefighters have taken advantage of lighter winds there before another oncoming heat wave and worse conditions. The country is facing its biggest evacuation since World War II. About 220,000 people have been forced to leave their homes as flames engulf communities, forests, and fields. Many are fleeing from France's southwest region, specifically the Gironde and Nantes departments. The fires are now just 9 miles or 15 kilometers from the historic wine city of Bordeaux, where thousands of people are sheltering. The city's mayor says while communities around the city have been evacuated, it is not yet already threatened. CNN's senior international correspondent Melissa Bell is in Gironde region with more tonight.
Here on the edge of what has become this monstrous fire in the Gironde region, very no sign of a sun, so thick is the smoke that's covering the sky. You can see how dry the ground is. The particular vegetation of this part of France, all pine forests themselves, very flammable trees, but also this vegetation you have on the ground, the bracken, the ferns, that after all of these successive heat waves have really been turned to kindling. Here the firefighters are trying to prevent the flames from crossing a very small stretch of road, and they use many fire trucks to help them do that, many firemen as well, because on the other side of that road are houses and an electrical station that they want to protect. But this is something, these are scenes that are repeating themselves over such a vast area. This is a fire that has already burned through 42,000 hectares and displaced, in this part of France alone, 220,000 people. And it's about CNN in the Gironde.
All right, stay with CNN for the latest developments on the deadly shooting in Seattle. We'll have that and other stories after this short break.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock at breaking joints and muscles and recover faster than you have in years.
It helps restore my joints and muscles without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without side effects.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting MEN to 215215.
All new Instaflex Complete targets 5 root causes of joint and muscle discomfort and boosts recovery with a unique combination of patented key ingredients found nowhere else. 100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies. I love new Instaflex Complete. I'm telling you, it really works. Let's go again.
Text MEN to 215215 to get your complimentary sample of new Instaflex Complete. Plus, text now and we'll include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles. Absolutely free.
After 50, stiff joints and sore muscles, not slowing me down. I love performing, but I also love pickleball and motorcycling and ziplining and playing with my grandkids. My secret, new Instaflex Complete.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting MEN to 215215.
All new Instaflex Complete targets 5 root causes of joint and muscle discomfort and boosts recovery with a unique combination of patented key ingredients found nowhere else. 100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies. It helps restore my joints and muscles without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without side effects. New Instaflex Complete is so powerful. I had better knees in just 1 week. You've got to try it.
Text MEND. Apply 215 to get your complimentary sample of new Instaflex Complete. Plus, text now and we'll include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
This year, as we gather to celebrate America's 250th, get your yard barbecue ready with Pocket Hose, the world's #1 expanding hose. Our new ballistic outer sleeve is reinforced with a liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests that's 5 times stronger than steel. Turn on the water and it grows into a full-length, full-power hose. Turn it off and it shrinks back to pocket size for easy storage. Upgrade your hose game with Pocket Hose Ballistic. Available now at Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and on Amazon with free shipping.
Knows how to bust a move. But before this b-boy tears it out of the dance floor, the breakdance routine starts here on the training field.
I remember my days when I wasn't in school and I really wanted to practice a little better at my dancing. I would come here in the morning to run and work out, then later in the afternoon to practice my breakdancing up on the stairs. But generally I like to come here because of one, it kind of connects me to something I do, but also it generally helps me to concentrate, reflect, to think, to clear my mind.
Growing up in the slums of Uganda, Mark understands the importance of having creative outlets.
Because I became a breakdancer, my title changed from Mark the homeless kid, Mark the orphan. It shifted to Mark the breakdancer.
We are putting breaking news this hour out of Seattle, Washington, where fire officials report at least 2 people are dead or injured after shooting at the Seattle Food Festival. Seattle's mayor says one suspect has been taken into custody. I'm joined now by David Ruttman, a reporter with the Seattle Times. Thank you for being with us. What are investigators focused on in these first few hours, and what are the key questions they're trying to answer right now?
Well, we haven't really heard anything from Seattle police yet. They should be speaking momentarily. We're still not sure if they're looking for suspects, or we know one person is in custody, but we're not sure if they're looking for more people, or we're not sure if there were multiple people shooting, and we're not sure about motive either.
This did happen at one of Seattle's biggest public festivals. From a security perspective, how difficult is it to vet events like this?
To protect events like this? Well, this is kind of a food festival with dozens, maybe hundreds of vendors in a big public park complex. So, there's no real entryway. There's no, it's outdoors and it's in a big public park. So I don't know beyond that kind of how to answer, other than it's probably, if somebody is intent on shooting, it's not a secure location.
Witnesses do say that many people initially thought the gunfire was just firearms. What are you hearing in terms of witness accounts?
Yeah, we're hearing that there were initially kind of cops that we weren't sure what they were, and then really rapid barrage of gunshots that kind of caused panic, and people were running, people were ducking down and hiding. We're hearing it was a really chaotic scene, is what witnesses are saying.
At this stage, what do you think investigators are going to be looking for to determine whether this was a targeted attack or just a random act of violence?
I don't know enough to answer that question. I don't know if they're still looking for. I don't know who they've arrested. I don't know if they're still looking for people to arrest. I'm sure they're speaking with witnesses and collecting evidence, but beyond that, I don't know.
So at this point, what more is your team hearing, and what are you looking for in the next few hours when you think about investigating this?
Well, the first thing we're looking for is a statement from Seattle police who hasn't said anything other than, several hours ago they said they were investigating the shooting. We heard from the mayor's office that one person was arrested, but other than a one-sentence initial statement from Seattle Police that they were in the shooting. We haven't heard anything, so we're looking to hear from them about what happened, about if they've arrested people, if they're still looking for people, and yeah, we're looking to learn more from Seattle Police.
How surprised were you to hear that something like this has happened within your branch?
Well, you're always surprised and sad and dismayed and disappointed to hear that something like this has happened, here. And at the same time, shootings seem to happen pretty often in the U.S. And so it's only a matter of time, I suppose, until one happens near where you are. Yeah, so on one hand, certainly surprised and sad, and on the other hand, maybe shouldn't be surprised.
Okay, David, we're going to leave it there, but thank you for your updates. We do appreciate that. I'm sure speaking to you again today, just anything else that does happen to us.
Stacey and Archie on the ground.
Hello everyone, I'm April Lutria with another deal from Incredible Inventions called the Zippy Sweeper. It's an electric broom that sweeps up messes and spills quickly and easily. Zippy has you covered with its 360-degree swivel head and ultralight.
On the ground.
Okay, we're gonna get this equipment hoisted. You gotta collect the van Okay, now one of you is taking our van and bringing it to Page. The rest of you are waiting in the alley, taking anyone who shows up on a wild goose chase in the other van. Shit, backup's incoming. Lead the crew away from the van with their equipment in it. Take them out to the spook station. There's an alley the Vagos use. If you torch the van there, they might think it's a gang thing. Okay, she's got the stuff. Mission complete.
What's up? Oh, hi. I've been trying to get to R&R, man. I've been so fucking stressed. I drove up to Pacific Bluffs last week to catch some waves. Insane. Traffic. Shit. You're shitting me. I'm like totally right ready to move somewhere more chill. Yeah, so later, dude. Hey there.
Last night, bro, tell me that wasn't fucked up.
I'll ditch the truck, you hold on to those.
This was a commercial vessel, and that you bring the tax carbon exposure that killed one sailor into the Nara, Iran calling it offshore and criminal act. And then the story is in a summon the champion out there, we put in the embassy as this escalates between Russia and Ukraine. That development came as President Zelensky claimed that Putin is setting the stage for an expanded mobilization in Ukraine in the fall. That linked in with President Zelensky 30,000 troops of North Korea and several ballistic missile launches. Listen to what he said in the what makes this is a threat not only to Ukraine. Russia is helping North Korea learn how to wage war and prove its weapons to gain real combat experience and use it. It's multiple threats to every country in Asia that lie within range of the nuclear missiles. President Zelensky appears to get that Unless he wakes up and he presents on Tuesday, and he at least has something that will bring to present on. It managed to disrupt this flow of weapons between Iran and Russia, which would be useful as he tries to get more American support as this war drags on. Larry Mill, CNN. And this one is managing the streets in Wisconsin. This is the last one, obviously, it's only this short.
Forest has always been our home since our forefathers. I feel that tigers are our friends. We must protect them.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? It's so bulky and hard to use.
Ready to fill that void in your soul for a moment? Shop for the hottest new fashions at the casino store.
Jet engine in the palm of your hand. It's faster and easier than ever. For 10 leaf blower assets. Now just plan. Load and go to effortlessly to any area. Just look at the time. Hello. Battery for your steam runs on. We measure the wind speed of this battery. Extra power. It's effortless to make. Mission 55. It's left to work. It's nice and easy. This something with the compact approach. Working with the proprietary generous technology that
Bet.
in minutes, so it shines like new. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Sweeping is hard work, but Bullseye clears out crevices with zero effort. Turbo clean your forged in a flash, or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. And check this out. Even use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's a crazy amount of air. A big bulky blower can cost $200. But get the Bullseye compact power blower today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the extension tube with flat power nozzle to boost your range even further. Choose the best length for any situation.
All right. Y'all have a great night. I will see y'all tomorrow. It's already today. Y'all have a great start to y'all week. Hope work isn't too bad. I know school's coming back soon. Y'all have a great night. Make sure to brush y'all teeth before you go to bed. Good night.